Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I hope you've had a pleasant evening and you're fully refreshed and just as awake as I am to do some more presentations. We're all ready. Are you all ready? Yay. Thank goodness for that. Let us start the day with lots of energy and lots of wish to learn something new from new people. And we start today with Force Point, and in the name of Mirek Bajgar. I nearly pronounced his name wrong. I wrote it very badly. Welcome to the first presentation, Mirek Bajgar. Well, you came onto the stage with some nice energy, running there as you do.
It's necessary after yesterday, a little bit.
You need to get some energy going and use up some of that, the calories and all of that.
Correct.
But running is your thing.
I was trying to mitigate my missed training from yesterday. I'm not pretending I'm doing it every day, but I'm a long distance runner. But still didn't try the marathon. I'm still too young for it.
Marathons are far too long for me. I mean, I don't know that I even have the fitness anymore, but certainly I have an awful lot of friends who run marathons, and extreme ones as well. What is the energy? What's behind wanting to do that?
You are alone. You're just running. Nobody's bugging you. Nobody can call you. I don't run with my phone. It's a beautiful time.
Okay, but you can stand in the middle of a woodland or beside the sea and find a space where there's no one around. It must be about using energy. It must be about the fact that you're keeping yourself fit as well.
It is, and there's a lot of time for thinking during running. A lot of people are bored by running. I don't blame them, but I just using it for just to think what the hell I forgot to do.
And the fact that you can do nothing about it till you get to the end of this exercise. Right. I must admit, when I'm doing something energetic like running, and obviously sometimes you run because you're late for something or whatever, I have a tune that goes with it, that gives me the pace.
Yes. It's how is it called? Ramjet, Blackjet. It's very difficult to do that longer than 2 minutes, because then you are completely exhausted, but it gives you that energy for running. And it's like only last 200 meters before the end of the half marathon.
Are you good? Do you win your marathons?
I will do, I promise. Not next year, but once I will get adult enough, I'll do that.
Okay, I give you your marathon presentation.
30 minutes of fun, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming after yesterday. It was not easy. And I'm sorry I didn't stay long. I have to go to kind of stay a bit sober in the morning. It's not easy here. It's difficult. I'm glad that the organizers didn't do the trick like last year when they give one bottle of something juicy to each vendor. That was a good move this year. Anyway, yes, I will talk about AI. You probably notice it. And I don't think there was a single presentation that was not talking about AI. But we are living in kind of interesting times, do we? It's not like we are kind of being bored every time in the morning you open up the phone and there is nothing. Yeah, that's not how it works today. So I took this quote, which apparently some people say it's a Chinese curse. Like you are saying, like, may you live in interesting times. But in reality, it's not a Chinese and it's not a curse. At least nobody in China knows anything about it. It's probably said by a guy called Joseph Chamberlain. And if you think about it, this is the most British thing, most British curse that you can imagine. By the way, this guy, he said it like 1890s something. His son was a Neville Chamberlain, the single most hated person in my country, Czech Republic, courtesy of 1938 Munich Agreement. So this family knows what it means, interesting times. And while I'm talking about it, you are probably already bracing for tomorrow, right? Do you? You know what's happening tomorrow? I'm not talking about football. The SpaceX is going to the stock market. Yeah, the biggest IPO ever. AI, because SpaceX is not anymore about space flights, it's about AI. It's like 85% of it is just the data centers, and maybe something in the space if we will give him the money. So it will be fun. But I wanted to share a different story just to illustrate how weird the AI can be. And I don't know if you are familiar with this brand. Anyone know what these guys are doing? Yeah? Shoes. It's a shoe company. They are doing sneakers. As a Silicon Valley most beloved, or used to be most beloved shoe company. And 2 months ago, something interesting happened with their stock price. You know, it was happily hovering around $4, and then it jumped 600%. You know, what can shoe company do to make their stock going up 600%? What would you say? Obviously, they said, yeah, we are dumping the shoes, we are going to AI. Like, come on, that's fun. Okay, it took them like 2 weeks. Everybody realized it's kind of dumb idea anyway. So it returns back. But the AI is really weird stuff. We will see tomorrow maybe, or maybe next days and weeks. But AI can be weird. I don't want to say AI is bad. No. It is here, it will stay with us. We need to do something about it. But there are a couple of things, and you probably see similar statistics. And yes, this is like an entry slides talking about like 9-fold increase of traffic in just last 2 years. The interesting for me personally and for my family, obviously, is this number. You know, the security around AI goes from basically 0 to 8 billion in just a couple of years. But still, there is a lot of organizations already having problems. 13% of them were kind of breached. They have problems with the models or application using AI was breached. So there's a kind of problems, but also the EU is, you know, showing the muscles and saying like what we should do. So all these DORAs and NIS2 and AI Act. So yeah, there are things happening. And there is like basically hundreds of vendors and startups doing things. So we in Forcepoint has kind of a couple of benefits. Because honestly, the AI security is in essence data security. Because what we are looking at is obviously data. And that's what we are doing last 20 years. So we have a couple of advantages that we think we are on the good starting position in that market just appearing. We are already there. We have a lot of classifiers that we already tuned. You know that if you use our software, there is all these Slovenian MSHO and Serbia in GmbG, you know, citizen numbers. Of course, credit cards will be credit cards, etc., etc. We have a lot of real-time data, real-world data that we already collected over these 20 years. And we think it's not really shippable. It's not easy for vendors to just build these kind of things from scratch. They can do AI models, they can do applications, but this knowledge about what is secure and how this works is something that we do have. Also, seems like a lot of vendors that are popping up on this market are taking a little bit of wrong directions. I don't say everybody is like that, but there is a lot of people that are using a model-first LLM, so they just take the LLM and just spit the data onto it, and they're expecting the results, and they try to bolt a data context into it. But the problem, and we know it because we tried as well, the problem is it's kind of shallow, it's kind of brittle, it's not repeatable. Every other day it gives you a different result. You don't really want it. You want the repeatability, you want the always the same results and not like randomly something else. The other guys, they are also taking network first access, so they are looking on the data going through, but it's slow. It's realistically not very fast to actually use AI to work out what's going wrong. So there is a lot of problems when you try to push it inside the firewalls. Is not really a good classification depth, so there is no real enforcement. Again, we know it. We do have firewalls in Forcepoint, which is like the industry best kept secret, except Real Security, which is doing a great job there. So yeah, we do have these benefits. We are trusted where it counts. We do have that kind of background already. So that's where we are able to already provide it. So even if AI and AI security is a new thing, it's not something that was with us just a couple of months ago, we already can do some scenarios inside the system that we do. It might be the byproduct of what we already built. It might be just consequential, but yet all those things that are here are something that we can do, okay? We can do the visibility into the AI. We can do the remediation, so we can already check the stuff that you are sending in and out to Copilot, to ChatGPT. That's what you can do already. We are adding Claude just this month, so this will be very, very soon another major LLM supported. We can use the MIP Microsoft tagging system for sensitive data. So we can identify sensitive data, okay? And we can then teach and guardrail Copilot just not to blindly, use data whenever it wants. So that kind of questions like what my colleague is earning is not being answered right away by Copilot, right? We can do identification of the shadow AI. So all these guys that even if they want to be productive, they're using some random AI tool, they just spitting out sensitive data into I don't know what tool that will give them some results. Yeah, we can identify those shadow IT or shadow AI as they call now, and we can just enforce those that the company is wishing to use. Maybe they have agreement, maybe they have the personal tenant, they want to keep their data personal inside their tenant, not going out to the internet. We can control the prompt and response. So whatever people are prompting, we can see that inside the various AI applications. We can also differentiate it between personal and corporate tenants. So even if the Copilot looks like one thing, there is a difference between corporate tenant and personal tenant. We just don't want the corporate data being shared with the personal tenants. Again, it's something we can do and we can manage. And obviously, we can run the DLP on those AI stuff. So all these things is already somehow in our products. It's not one product. It may be different combinations of products. So if you want to do everything here, you would have to spend some money with the Forcepoint, maybe. but it's already in the product for a long time. But it's not enough. It's not what will allow you to fully go with the AI the way as the AI is imagined today, as a tool that is doing basically a lot of offloading of repeatable work, of things that you don't really want to do, or work that you can do within a minute with AI within a couple of hours. So this is the one most important slide. I don't have many of them. I have only one of those of what we can do with AI. We are launching it soon, and the first thing is AI detection and response. Okay. So that will be something that we can look into the prompts and responses, and from the start we will support 4 major LLMs. So it will be ChatGPT, it will be Copilot, Claude, and AWS Bedrock. So that's where we are starting. That will be available from day one. And we are going to take a look in what is being sent there, what is being responded. Okay? We can flag the risky configurations. So whenever there is something wrong in a tenant, when they are moving data within the tenant, within the different organizations, different departments of the company, we can always make an interesting recommendation to the people. But not only looking into it, but we also have the view into the AI. So you will have a dashboard that will be able to tell you how the people are using it from the security point of view. Okay? Not how many tokens you spend, but how much secure you or your specific employee was with working with AI. So that's our governance, that's our unified dashboard view. The second thing is something that we call AI Gateway or AI Agent Gateway. And that's an inline application inspection. That is something that will basically use a DLP to take a look into the communication with your SaaS. We will do support from the start Salesforce, M365, and Jira. Okay? That will be our starting point. We will be looking into what kind of information you are posting, you are getting. We will be able to understand and inspect all the traffic between your agents, whatever they will be, and your cloud tenants. This will allow us to have a single policy model. Technically, that won't be a new product, like a new category. Most of you probably somehow know Forcepoint DLP. That will be basically a new avenue where our DLP can work. As much as we, in the past, extended our DLP to the cloud, to the CASB, cloud access security brokers, to endpoints, etc. Now we are extending it to the agentic devices. We will be able to basically have the single model that will organize humans and machines or agents, that will organize the endpoints and the cloud into one coherent place. So all your security will be done on one place. You don't have to have like a 5, 6 different consoles to set up a different policies with different capabilities and different style of reporting. We'll have it all in one place. So those things are going to come very early, and we are using our basically 2 decades of experiences with all those policies, setups, and even the problems that you may encounter in these things, like what is better than a lot of false positives, right? Okay, so once we are going to enable those products, There will be a couple of conversations that I would like to have with you as a customers, as a partners, because that will be interesting and important for you to understand what this product can do. There are 5 possible use case scenarios that we can talk about once this product can be deployed. So one use case is we can block sensitive pulls. So how much data are we pulling in from outside? What is inside the call that we are just looking at? Is there something specific? Is there something that we don't want? You don't get the sensitive data from GitHub without policy that will approve it, period. If you don't approve it, it won't get happening. We can, even if it is AI and this is specifically anti-human thing, it's a machine thing, we are able to put the human into the loop. So whenever you don't 100% trust your LLM model or your applications, you not really want it to go do things, you can put the humans into the loop. You can make a situation when the humans have to approve a specific call, a specific prompt, a specific response. You can do that. So if humans will not approve it, okay, no exceptions. That specific things won't happen. Okay? You can cap bulk access. Maybe you remember, it was like 2 weeks ago, was this kind of mainstream media news, like some agent decided it's a good idea to remove everything from the customer database, because why not? Nobody instructed that agent to do that, but the language model just decided that from a reason that's a good idea to remove everything from the DB. Those are the things that should not happen, obviously, but you will have that kind of control that you can limit those things. Is there a call to delete 1,000 lines? No, I don't think so. You can just stop that. You don't need to touch your model. It will be delivered from somewhere, but you can touch your policies to instruct the model not to do that. But there are also other things, and one of them is data residency. So where your data are actually sitting. You know that in these interesting times, it's not a simple thing to have data everywhere. Somebody will decide that it's a good idea. Your data will be in Dubai or in Los Angeles. We have some mandates in European Union. We need to stay in European Union to be compliant with our regulations. So you can, again, ensure that those residency will be maintained. So if there will be a call outside, we can stop it. Okay? And the last example that I have here is, for example, we can mask the source. So if somebody like David Ivacic, maybe, sent a complaint to Forcepoint, cannot imagine that would ever happen, but let's say he will do that. Maybe his email will drop into some agentic large language models. Not that we are doing it now, but maybe in the future. That model doesn't need to know that it's David, maybe. That model doesn't need to have his phone number in the footer of his email, okay? Maybe it's just not necessary for the support cases that we are handling. So again, we can mask these sources, and that example I said is rather funny, but there can be many, many reasons why you don't need to use a data. You need to store the data, and they can be automatically removed within the communication. And it doesn't have to be human-to-human communication. It can be agent-to-agent communication. Okay? The things that you typically don't really look at. You maybe look on some resources in the back, you look into some reports and you don't see the specific things. So you don't see that there is something happening. So those are the things that are coming really soon. We hope, and again, hope, all these things are subject to change, but we are preparing it for this summer. So after the big summer sleep will be over and we come together in September and start to talk again about business, those are the things I would like to talk with you about. Those are the things AI you may want to work on this year or next year. All right, with that, my only wish is different. So I wish you to live in the better times. That's the wish from Forcepoint. And I hope I can see you soon in this beautiful event again. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And we move on. We move on indeed to Hudson Rock. And I welcome to the stage Alex Hecht.
About Los Angeles falling in the sea, about starvation and the flood that life ain't bought, about disease, baby, rock, Hudson Rock.
Would somebody like to tell me, do we have Alex here? Is he ready to come to the stage? I don't see him. Into the lights. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. Well, I could tell you my life story, I suppose. That's very strange. No, Alex? He's coming. Oh, great. He's having a mic break, probably, or, having a little. How was last night? Did you enjoy yourselves? Did you drink too much? A mixture. Did you win in games? Did you do lots of fun things? And you obviously had lots of conversations and made new links and did lots of business at the same time. I doubt it was more to do with drinking than making conversations. But it was a great evening, and let's hope that you think the same about the rest of today. I still don't see anybody walking to the stage, but maybe I soon will do, yes. Alex. Thank you very much. So we will welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How was your evening last night?
Oh, it was very good, thanks.
You found lots of contacts, you've been chatting to lots of different people, you've been...
Yeah, everybody's been really great, had a really great couple of days.
What do you do when you're not in this business?
Well, I suppose... Well, it's a bit of a difficult question, to be honest, because
No, it's not an
this
easy
is a
question.
wonderful,
I go swimming every
job.
day. Or...
Oh yeah, I mean, I love to run. That's
you
my
love to
thing.
run?
I love to run.
Oh, well, there, you've got another one. Yeah, 2 runners all together.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. You could have come up here along with Mirex.
Yeah, I guess so.
Excellent stuff. So that keeps you fit.
Yeah.
Do you have a sort of methodology in running?
No, I just run until my chest hurts. You know what I mean? It's kind of... Running's one of these easy sports. There's no rules, no game, whatever. You just run.
And now you're 3 kilometers from home and your chest hurts.
Yeah.
Or do you run around in circles just in case?
Well, that's the bit. That's part of the fun, you know. And like
Okay.
the moment you start to feel like maybe you're gonna lose it, like that's when the high kicks in.
Fair enough.
You know, that's the problem with runners. Like, the thing they don't say to people is that if we weren't runners, we would be like drug addicts, you know, because we're chasing this high all the time. So it's a big part of it.
Okay, cool. So it keeps you fit and healthy, and it keeps you away from the bad stuff.
It does indeed.
Please, the floor is yours.
Is it for me?
Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you. Hi, everybody. So, I want you to imagine the scenario. You wake up in the morning, you go to turn on your device, and all of a sudden you see everything has been encrypted. Nobody can get any work done, and you're saying to yourself, how did this happen to me? I have multi-factor authentication. I'm a very intelligent person. How have I managed to get myself into this situation? And that's going to be the subject of our conversation today. We're going to discuss info-stealing malware. So at Hudson Rock, we are an organization which is specializing in intelligence coming from info-stealing malware. And what info-stealer malware is it's a type of malware which is designed to steal all of the passwords, cookies, sometimes some files directly from the victim's machine and browser. And this type of malware is the most prominent type of malware. It's the most prominent attack vector for the cyber criminals in recent years. And there's very good reason for that. So, everybody loves a little bit of convenience, right? So you go to sign up for some service, maybe it's email, maybe it's a new SaaS platform, and because we all really love this convenience, what do? We are creating the passwords, and we get this very convenient little pop-up. Shall we save this password inside of our browser? What do? We click save, okay? And most of the time, this is a very, very convenient way to store our passwords. We don't need to remember our, 15 character passwords. We can just, do it like this every single time. However, the hackers also know that this is a really convenient way to store passwords and cookies. Therefore, it's a very convenient tool for them. So, this is more or less what an info-stealer log looks like, okay? Over here, we have some basic information, right, about the specific device. And over here, this is what a raw info-stealer log looks like. Over here, we have the cookie values. And over here, we have all of the data from the various browsers, including our autofills, our passwords, all of our internet, anything basically that can be logged is able to be exfiltrated and then can be used by cyber criminals, okay? And this is because it's such a convenient way to understand vast amounts of information about a victim, it's a very convenient tool for the hackers. So, an important thing to kind of think about when we're talking about info-stealing malware, okay, is that the entire process from beginning to end, as a cybercrime kind of ecosystem, as a business, is that it really is going to be far less like a criminal enterprise and far more like maybe a SaaS company that you might know, or maybe some sort of, customer service platform that you might have used before. Okay, so it's a very profitable business which is run like a business. So you don't need to be able to write a single line of code in order to create yourself some info-stealing malware. The entire thing can be outsourced, right? Literally anybody can be a hacker nowadays. right? You don't need to even, you don't need to write the InfoStealer malware. You simply receive it as a piece of, you simply receive it built already. You actually don't even need to deploy it, right? You don't even need to do the do the kind of embedding in different places to convince other people to download it. It can be completely outsourced. Now, what the business is always doing is it's always trying to improve itself. You know, Criminals 101, what is your problem today? It really is like that. It's a very professional organization. Because it is so easy to, first of all, to build it, and then also to deploy it, there's very little barrier. There's hardly any barrier to entry into this market. So that's why we have this massive amount of proliferation of the info-stealing malware market. Okay, so I wanted to take an example which happened 3 years ago. Okay, we're going to discuss this HSE as an example. So in November 2023, they suffered a ransomware, okay? And the Residia ransomware gang deployed ransomware as a service. Now, the vector here was not ever publicly disclosed, so I'm not going to say 100% that this, valid credentials were the vector, were utilized. However, Residia's tradecraft is to use valid credentials from info-stealing malware. So we're going to use this as an example. We're going to discuss some of the information that we already had on HSE. So, okay. So here we have, this is from our platform, Cavalier. So over here on the left-hand side, we're able to see a little bit of information about this. This is a machine that was infected with info-stealing malware that we identified as belonging to an employee of HSE. So, how are we identifying an employee of HSE? Number one, super simple. It could be a corporate email address, right? And the second is if they are logging into something sensitive, right? Maybe like this, or maybe like this, that customers are not going to log into. So this machine was infected on August the 9th, 2023, 2 months before the dreaded ransomware, and we purchased this information directly from the threat actors very soon after the initial infection. So let's talk about some of the data that we're seeing here, okay? Now, the moment we are receiving a raw InfoStealer log directly from the criminals, what we have to do is we have to then parse it and index it so we can better understand who a machine belongs to, okay? If it's an employee, if it's a customer, if it's a third party, if it's an external domain, right, which is like a unique subdomain given to you by a vendor. So let's discuss what we're looking at. So first off, we have the Stealer ID, right, up there in the left-hand corner. The Stealer ID is the unique ID given to the machine by the hacker, right? We're not adding to this data with any kind of OSINT. This is the information as is directly from the criminal, okay? So I want to draw your attention to this one down here, right? This credential down here. Because this one is a VPN credential. And a VPN credential, it is the most favored, I suppose, way for the ransomware gangs to, it's one of the most favored types of credential to utilize. Okay, so over here we have the username, then we have the password, which I've blacked out. We have this in plain text, okay? And then, after this, we have some more information like the IP address, okay? And we have information about the operating system, the antivirus if there is one, because the vast majority of the time, this is going to happen on personal machines. Okay, And now what we're seeing is we have a cookie value, right? And with this cookie value, and of course the password, which I already have, I don't really need to do much, right? I just take the cookie value, I just take the password, and boom, I'm in the session, right? No need for two-factor authentication, no need for anything. I just bypass it, okay, and just do a full account takeover, okay? So this is one of my hypotheses for how this ransomware event actually occurred a few years ago. This would be an excellent way, very easy way to get in. And here's some more information, okay? So here we can see all of the stolen credentials that were taken from this machine, okay? Because when you store your credentials in your browser, you are you're not just stealing it on a one-time basis, okay? And if you're not ever sort of getting rid of these credentials, you could have hundreds, and you probably do. So here we can see all of the user credentials, which is to things like Twitch and Gmail and whatever. And then over here, we can see that this individual has many employee-related credentials, not just to one company. This kind of indicated to me that maybe actually this is a personal device they're sharing with a partner, right? So we actually had, 2 different companies here in Slovenia that could have been ransomware because of this one infection. And we see all of the logins and all of the passwords, multitude of passwords. And this is also pretty interesting because with info stealing malware, because you're able to get all of the internet history, we are able even to see the internet history search terms. And I think if we look at the first one, we may start to understand how this infection occurred, right? Now, I love free things. I'm sure everybody here loves a bit of a free thing, right? But free software, pirated software, is one of the most common vectors by far, okay? The hackers know that all of us like to, maybe to watch Dawson's Creek, right, as this example is suggesting. But maybe we don't have, it's not on Netflix, or maybe we don't have a Netflix subscription. So what they will do is they will embed these info stealers directly into the download links. So, indeed, you will download Dawson's Creek, you will enjoy it, but you'll also have all of your internet history stolen and then sold on the dark web. And obviously you can understand this is a nightmare for people like you who are working in cybersecurity, because you have zero control over what these employees do in their free time on their own personal devices, right? So it's like a black box that you just can't control. And a lot of organizations like to say, well, I have two-factor authentication, or I have, special timeouts, special, a very, very special setup. Well, the thing that info stealing malware does is it actually is very, very good at replicating the whole fingerprint, right, of the device. So they're able to do full account takeover. It's very, very simple for them. This is something they have, perfected again and again and again. So now I went on and I decided to do a little bit of AI analysis of all of the files that were stolen from this machine. So we have information about, highly suspicious downloads, right, that have occurred here. As in that could be the potential vector. There's many potential vectors here, right? Over here, we see the actual file, which we believe was the vector, right? So it's a specific kind of theme that we see, like a password theme archive. Then this is a very frequent info stealer delivery pattern. And over here, we believe that this one, the ClownBot, is suspicious because it's a very, very nice tooling ecosystem that is, heavily abused for stealers. Okay, so we understand now what it steals. We understand now the damage that it can do. But how does it happen, right? So first off, pretty simple. You're going to have just, phishing. Okay, one of the common ones. You have here a file. You download the file, and all of your internet history has been stolen. All of your cookies are now being sold on the dark web, and I'm purchasing them along with multiple other threat actors. Over here, another great one, fake ads. You go and you search something into Google. You want to understand, you want to use some analytics, or you search a particular product, and over here, when you click on this link, it's going to download info-stealing malware, and boom, all of your internet history, all of your cookies, all of your passwords are being sold on the dark web. Another vector, the pirated software. Okay, so you have here a nice cracked software, right? And then over here, please download my cracked software. There's no catch here. Nothing bad could happen, of course. You download it, the info-stealing malware executes, and then all of your information is being sold on the dark web. So we have some nice misconceptions, right, about info stealers. The first one is that an antivirus is going to protect you. Probably not, right? Especially if you can override the antivirus, which we see is human behavior is such that you want to watch Dawson's Creek, right, pirated, or you want to download the pirated software. And even if a massive pop-up comes and it says, do not download this, this is a bad idea. Us humans, we're just like, no, it won't happen to me, it's fine, it's fine. And then they override it, and then boom, it's done. Especially, of course, on personal devices where they have this kind of admin capability. The second, MFA will protect me. As we've seen before, right, if you have the cookie and the cookie value, then you can bypass MFA altogether. Complex and long passwords will protect you. We'll definitely have a long and complex password. Don't make your password your first name and then 1, 2, 3. However, it doesn't matter how long and complicated the password is if it's in the hands of multiple threat actors. Okay, and it doesn't make any difference. They just exfiltrate it directly from the browser. Another misconception, Apple devices, right, that they don't have. They don't get infected with info-stealing malware. They do. They definitely do. And then the final one, which I think probably is the strongest one, it will not happen to me. Okay, so how are we obtaining this data? Okay, so within the world of info stealers, the way that we understand it, there is 2 types of threat actors. You have category 1. So these are the threat actors that we were discussing a minute ago, the ones who are executing the malware spreading campaigns to convince you to download this particular kind of malware. Their business is just to convince you to download this, to download the pirated software and to execute the malware. Once they have infected a device, it's going to simply exfiltrate and then probably delete. Okay, probably delete itself. And their job is done. The only thing they do after this is they sell it to category 2. So category 2, they are the threat actors who will be utilizing this data for ransomware, for corporate espionage, for account takeover. So they're the ones that will be performing the actual attacks. They're making the big bucks, right? So, and what we know how to do is we know how to impersonate the category 2s very well, and then we build trust in relationships with category 1s. And this puts us in a very unique position that whenever there is new data offered for sale and is purchased by multiple category 2s, we get it very close to the initial infection date, right? So really we're talking like could be minutes after. Sometimes we're getting it minutes or half an hour after the machine was infected, and sometimes it can take a little bit longer. But it is dependent on the category 1 and when he or she, I guess, wants to sell. All right? So we are purchasing everything which is offered for sale. Okay, so we're buying millions and millions of machines, and that's why inside of our database we have such a massive amount of intelligence. And the other thing which makes us very unique is the fact that we're not getting anything from leaks. Okay, because leaks, it's going to be really at the very end of the exploit cycle, and we're not passively collecting any information. We are going out there, making ourselves available to the category 1s and letting them know, hey, we're a buyer. Okay? And this is a little bit of information about the info-stealing malware ecosystem as a business. But if anybody wants to know any more information, please go to infostealers.com or Hudson Rock. We'll be happy to give your organization an ethical disclosure or answer any questions. That's it from me. Happy to hear any of your questions.
Obviously, you need to go to the Hudson Rock stand and pass your questions one by one rather than in front of everybody else.
Okay.
Perhaps that's the solution.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We have a short break, so a cup of coffee perhaps, something to allow you to go and get some fresh air and be wide awake in 15 minutes' time maybe. Push it a little bit for me because we're a tiny bit over. We're a few minutes over, not much. Actually, you were quite short, weren't you? You were a little bit short. So let's say 20 past. That work? Yeah. See you back here.
Thank you, Chris.
You're a man of great logistics. You're a man of seeing the overall pattern of life through the things that you do.
Yeah,
Particularly the
absolutely.
games you play.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I do play chess a lot. So I play in a club, I play in a league, and it's an amazing game. And just imagine something, and this is really something which kind of struck me very hard when I heard it the first time. If you understand that there are more chess games when they start,
Yeah.
than there are atoms in the known universe. I mean,
There are more
how can that be?
chess game structures than atoms.
Exactly.
Wow.
There was a guy called Claude Shannon in the 1950s, a mathematician. He did some calculation, and this is really the lower boundary even. And this is pretty amazing. I mean, it's blowing me away that there are so many different ways than atoms in the universe. I mean, how can
this
you
is why
imagine
I never
that,
win. There are too many options. But I mean, the logistics of this game is amazing. You really have to understand how the other person is playing.
Yes, and that's really something which reminds me of like the whole threat landscape today, right? I mean, you have to get into the head of the adversaries to really plan your defenses. And this is like in chess, right? You make an opening move, and then the other player reacts, and then there is more moves, and you have to come up with a good strategy, but you have to come up with tactics as well. And then in the end, the game trickles out to somebody winning, and hopefully it's us winning against the adversaries.
This extra hop. Please.
With the help of extra hop.
Tell us all
exactly.
about extra hop.
All right, thank you.
Oh, do you want this for the...
Oh, that would be good.
Presentation.
Yeah, kind of some help. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming and for listening in. Actually, that story which I just told you, the Shannon number, and as my talk is a little bit about AI and how AI can help us in today's world, I actually thought like, okay, let me take that and ask AI to create a picture. So I put it into ChatGPT, give it a prompt like, okay, take the Shannon number, create some graphics for this, and this is actually what it did. So, I mean, it looks astonishing. I looked at it first and thought like, hey, this is an amazing graphics. Then I looked closer, and then I thought like, something is not adding up here. 10 to the power of 43 is bigger than 10 to the power of 80? That's not true. And the point is, the Shannon number is actually not that one which ChatGPT listed down here. So I then asked ChatGPT, so, okay, somehow you made this up. This is not the Shannon number. So then it gave me a lengthy explanation of apologies that he has been, or it has been doing some kind of different thing, and then it created itself. I mean, it corrected itself. And it created this one, which is actually the correct one. So Shannon did that 10 to the power of 120 is bigger than 10 to the power of 80. And actually, by the way, the number of sand corns on Earth is 10 to the power of 18. So just put that into perspective. I mean, this is always blowing me away. I did the same with Gemini, by the way, and Gemini created a nicer picture, which was actually given correct numbers. The text is a little bit wrong, but look at the chessboard. If I would be playing a chess game with something like 35 figures, all of them being black figures and only one white pawn in the middle, then I would not want to play this game. So again, something which is maybe a little bit of to be fixed. And actually what ChatGPT told me as well, after giving me a lengthy explanation of apologizing, was to tell me exactly what the Shannon number is, and that is actually not what it was originally using, but it's actually what it used in the second place. So what this means to me is two things. Context matters, and data matters. If you put wrong context or no context into the AI and into your prompts, and you put wrong data into the AI, then you have a problem, because then the AI starts hallucinating and it's coming up with stuff which is not simply true. Now, moving into our real topic, which is about AI versus AI and the way how we defend against AI-based threats, just two slides quickly about like some numbers to get us into the mood. So AI definitely is a force multiplier for the adversaries. We hear that everywhere. We heard about Mythos and all of that AI-generated code. and about everything around the attacks being and vulnerabilities being exploited by AI tools, and the tool, when it's running, adapting itself to whatever kind of situation it finds itself. And roughly half of the attack vectors are actually coming with AI in mind or with AI being used. And the number of AI attacks is actually increasing dramatically, plus 89% year over year. That is simply blowing us away. On the other side, AI is a force multiplier for the defenders as well. So for all of us in the security professional industry, because in the end, AI will help us triage 80% of SOC alerts by the year 2028. This is what IDC is predicting. And the other one is a study from IBM where there is almost 2 million of cost savings for the average organization from using AI in defensive purposes. So there is great needs for us to use AI, and this is almost a little bit like a chess game. You make the adversary makes a move, they are trying to attack, you make a move, you're defending. So you have to use and stack up with the ways of what you're doing. So in the end, we see a lot about this AI versus AI topics. And when we start to look at the adversary side, the AI-powered adversary, what does that mean, and how can we really understand of what these guys are doing? And I brought you 2 examples just to go through those really quickly. And you see here the GTG 2002, for example. GTG is a general threat group, which is a methodology used by Anthropic to classify threats being or using AI in order to give it a name and to track that properly. And there was this one case here, which is the Vibe hacking data extortion, which uses AI throughout the whole attack chain. But then there is this middle part, this phase 3 here, where it is about the malware, the development, and also the evasion. So the malware started using AI technologies and AI tools in order to build in evasion technology to go around EDR, to go around endpoint detection, to go around other tools, and to really defend its way through or find its way through your defenses. And this is pretty interesting to see that while it is running, while it is walking through your infrastructure, while it's walking through your applications, it's finding ways on how to evade all of your defensive capabilities. The second one is the GTG 1002. This was released in November 2025. This is actually a Chinese state-sponsored attack. And here, the use of AI is a vital part in this whole attack chain. If you can see here in the front, in the phase 1, and I'm just going a little bit to the side so you can better see, in phase 1, the human effort was relatively high. And this is because the first generation, creation of the attacks, defining on what the target is, the selection of the target, and so on, that needed some human effort. But if you move over the different phases of the attack, you see that the use of AI and the tasks which AI did was growing dramatically. And the main phase here, phase 4, phase 5, that is almost all AI-based attacks happening. So AI-directed lateral movement, collecting and testing system credentials across the environment, and even building a network map so that the AI tool can actually find its way through the network, knowing who is talking to whom and figuring out which credentials are being used on which system and how the AI attack program could really make use of that. Overall, it means to us that there are 3 main elements where agentic AI is really being used as a weapon to the environment. The first one, it's accessible. Everyone can use it. All of the tools are available. You can even talk to an AI with a chat prompt and ask it to create something with Claude Code, for example, or with Mythos, which then later on was closed down because they found out there were too many safeguards removed and it was too powerful. Then it's the scalability part. Anything can be really executed at machine speed, and no human intervention is necessary in between. And last but not least, evasiveness. So the attacks can adapt based on new information which it learns while it's going through the network. And facts are EDR, endpoint detection, is no longer sufficient because there are simply also too many systems which simply don't run any EDR agents on it. Lateral movement is a key part, and the AI-powered attacks are very likely to bypass your initial defenses around your environment. I'm always saying, and I've been saying that even before the AI story was coming up, if anybody with enough money and enough will and power wants to get into your company's networks, they will succeed. If it is a state-sponsored attack, if it's an attack group, whoever, as long as they put enough efforts in, they will succeed in getting into your network and going through. And so why should it be different here? What is important for us is that we find a way of how to turn this around and really find a way how to defend ourselves against these AI-based attacks. And this is where we are very much talking about the AI-powered SOC or the AI-powered NOC, so Security Operations Center, Network Operations Center. And one of the, for us as a company, one of the key benefits which we see here, why we can help you a lot, is because we take both the networking side and the security side, bring it together into one platform, and are able to help you achieve that agentic SOC and agentic NOC side in one go. So, to summarize really quickly on what I talked about before into three main bullets, the pre-agentic tools will not be sufficient to help you with these new attack vectors. The first one, we must move to runtime asset visibility. We need to know what's happening on the network. We need to know who is talking to whom, if there is any lateral movement, if there is anyone coming, anything, I could almost say, coming inside, trying to steal credentials, trying to leverage the access rights in the organization, finding out which user accounts are being used where, being identity aware, and all of these kind of things is a key part. We must move also to behavioral detection, finding out what is normal and what is abnormal. How do we understand that the abnormal thing is actually abnormal? And last but not least, we must move to an agentic SOC. I will show you one thing on the next slide, and I'm giving this as a little bit of a teaser without moving to the next slide yet. But it almost feels like, I mean, the band has been playing LinkedIn, and I selected the song Given Up. I know that Chester Bennington, when he wrote it, it was a different way of thought when he created the song and what he wanted to express. But to me, it feels sometimes a little bit like the way how we operate a SOC is almost like we have given up to a certain degree. Because how do we operate a SOC today? We start with logs and alerts, for example, through a SIM technology. We go then down to the triage and correlation. We enrich to a certain degree. We put it to L1 and L2 analyst before it reaches the L3 analyst. Why are we going through this funnel? Why are we narrowing down to so much? The answer is really simple, because our L3 analysts, they can only handle a certain number of incidents per day because they can simply not do more. And if an analyst today can maybe handle 15, 10, maybe 20, depending on what kind of incidents that is, then you can clearly understand that this funneling down is actually necessary. But now think back into an agentic world. What could agents, AI agents, do for us? They can do a lot of enrichment of data. They can query other systems through MCP servers and connecting to other systems, gathering more information, enriching the alerts with other information from those systems so that the analyst then gets an alert or a ticket or whatever it is. He can look at it and say, okay, this is what happened. Here are my 3 AI agents from different systems, and they are giving me the information of what they found out. And they are giving me a summary of what's happening with a likelihood of that this might be a false positive or this might be something to be further evaluating. And then I can make a very quick decision and say, okay, it's indeed a false positive, I don't need that, or it's something to further evaluate. But we don't need to go through this funnel anymore. We can really take the full amount of data, process it in much faster time than any human could ever do, and really enrich this and come to more alerts, more incidents being analyzed by the L3 analysts. So we don't want to reduce any of the analysts. No, we want to make their work more valuable, more meaningful, and give them actually more intelligence at hand to come to a conclusion and a decision. And context is king. I mean, I mentioned that in the beginning with my Shannon number example on number of chess games and the atoms in the universe. If you give an AI the wrong context, you will not get the right information. So you need to provide your agentic SOC and your agentic tools the right context. And how we do that is actually by doing everything here on the left side in the blue. The network, and we look at the network traffic because everything what's happening in the environment is going over the network. No attacker can manipulate what has been sent over the network once. Yes, you can go into an EDR or into a client. You can manipulate logs once you have turned off the EDR. You can change your tracks and kind of disguise that you're there. But once you look at the network, you cannot do that. All of the network traffic is sent, and we pick it up completely out of band, so not manipulative in any kind of way. And then once we pick it up, nobody can deny that this has ever happened. And we are, from that network data, doing real-time asset inventory, as I was explaining before. We can look at the identities, human identities and non-human identities. And specifically in an AI world, the non-human identities is expected to outgrow the number of human identities by a factor of 20 easily. Unexpected and behavioral deviations from the normal, that's important to understand. Like, why is suddenly this server creating traffic from this identity to this other server, which has never ever happened before? Why is my IP camera suddenly talking to my HR system? This does not make sense, and that's a behavioral change, and we need to understand that, and then we can properly analyze that and behave and react. And the network traffic historically needs to be enriched with the identity and everything brought together. So, for example, when an AI, like the one example which I've shown you, is trying to analyze which identities, which user accounts, which information is actually being used in order to use it itself to traverse to other systems, if we can see that on the network traffic and we can link it back to the identities, then suddenly we can see that something off is actually being done. So how does all of that really come together? We start here at the bottom. So we start with a context layer. In the ExtraHop platform, you look at detections. Detections is really what the SOC analyst is working with. These detections, as I said, if you would not use any solution in an AI world or in an agentic SOC, these detections would then have to be analyzed by an analyst, and as I said before, with this funnel kind of thought in mind, they can only do a certain number of analysis. But we also give the analyst a view on the assets, like which systems are on the network. And those of you who listened to a presentation yesterday done by one of our partners, Avola, with a client of theirs, there you could see that network visibility was actually one of the driving factors and one of the success factors after deploying the solution. Identities, I already talked about that. Files which are being transferred, and then metrics, records, packets. Let me just mention that real quick, what the difference is, because at first it might sound a little bit like, what is it? Metrics is really like the flow information. It is around how many packets have been sent from here to there and so on. But we're not doing network, NetFlow and JFlow and all of these kind of flow things. We can do that as well, but we do it with our own sensors in a much more granular way. So we have more than 5,000 metrics which we analyze and which we use in order to build dashboards, in order to do machine learning and all of these kind of things. Then there is records. Records is a little bit like a normalized data flow. So like you take an Excel table and you put all of the information from your network and put it into the columns in the Excel table. Like one line saying this has been talking to this user account and so on, next record. This is very good for doing analysis and doing insights into the network traffic without using too much disk space. So in this case, for the records, we don't have to store the whole network packet, just the most important information of it. And then the packets is really the full network packet. So when it comes down to network forensics and giving the SOC analyst a forensics tool at hand, they can use that and really look at each individual network packet. And you can even create a PCAP file from that packet store and use that PCAP file to replay it in your lab environment with Wireshark or whatever to really find out what's going on and what's happening and what the threat actually has been. On top of that, we now have added an agentic tooling layer, so to speak. And that agentic tooling layer is utilizing a lot of AI technology, but also general API abilities. So REST APIs and command line interface APIs is one thing that has been in the product forever because you have always used it in order to connect to whatever you want to connect ExtraHop to, like a firewall for running any kind of response activities, things like that. But now when it comes to AI with the MCP server, when you want to instruct the agentic, well, the AI agent to do something, you can use the MCP server as a common interface in order to let it do that. Skills, docs, and prompts, so all of that can flow into that. And then you can feed it up into both ExtraHop agents. These are currently being developed and extended as the time goes, as well as integrated agents with regards to common AI solutions like CrowdStrike Charlotte AI, like Claude, like Prophet, 10x, Dropzone, whatever it is. There's on purpose the 3 dots, so you can connect to all of those through the respective APIs, interfaces, and MCP. And that gives you that kind of framework to make an agentic SOC actually work and make it possible at all. So let's have a look a little bit deeper into this. So here on the blue side, you see everything what a network detection and response solution should be able to do, like looking at detections, asset inventory, identity analysis, file analysis, threat intelligence, metrics, records, I already mentioned those, packet capture, activity mapping. Now, one thing which I have not mentioned and which is absolutely critical, I mentioned very early, data matters, context matters. You might ask like, yeah, but what about my encrypted network traffic? And I say, not a problem, decrypt it. And that's what we do. We decrypt all of the network traffic. So for example, when you have a user authenticating to Active Directory with Kerberos, and that's encrypted, we can decrypt that and do our analysis. And this is really the main differentiator for using ExtraHop in that network detection and response space. Just imagine you receive a letter from a shop. You ordered something, suddenly you receive a letter in your mailbox, and the network detection and response solution, which monitors your mailbox, is seeing that letter being dropped in by the postman, and it would look at the letter. You would see an envelope of a certain size. You could see through the window that maybe where it's coming from and that it's addressed to you. Or you could see maybe that there is a certain thickness, so you could have some AI tools in mind in your solution to look at the thickness and then come to a conclusion that there is maybe a certain number of pages inside. And because if it's coming from an online shop, you could come to an assumption that it might be an invoice, but you never know. Now, what ExtraHop does is we take the envelope before you take it out of the mailbox. We open it up, we take the letter out, we read it, yes, we understand Slovenian language, and we also understand Croatian, by the way, and all other language, but because we have a huge number of protocols which we understand, and we are able not only to understand the syntax, but also the context. And then we can read it through and see it is indeed an invoice which looks like it comes from that online shop where Marina has recently purchased from. And there is a QR code at the bottom, so Marina can finally pay her bill. And she scans the QR code in her banking app. But she's in a hurry, so she doesn't pay close attention. She pays the money, but the QR code has been manipulated by somebody who dropped the manipulated letter into your inbox. And that is really kind of the way or the reason why you need decryption. You need to look inside the packets to understand really what's going on, which user is doing something, has the packet been somehow manipulated, and so on, so that Marina can finally pay her bill to the right address. Thank you for being able to use you as an example, Marina. So this is really important. Context, assets, identities, behaviors, and threats. We really break that down and take all of that information, and that is what we then feed into the reasoning of your detections, but not by overspending on the AI tokens, because AI can be expensive. If you would feed the AI everything here in the blue box, you would most likely pay a lot of money for doing an agentic SOC. But with all of that context being added and all of the agents doing certain additional tasks for you, the cost of the token drops dramatically. Some studies which we have done is actually down to something like 95% of the token savings doing it that way. And that in the end will give the SOC analyst that green column at the end, the machine speed outcomes and triage and investigation and threat hunting and everything else. So, I think I just wanted to show you this one really quickly to give you a little bit of an overview of the different modules and architectures. I think I spoke about most of that already, so I will just quickly move ahead of that. But one thing I want to quickly point out here, network detection and response and network performance monitoring. I mentioned very early in my presentation, actually it was on some of the first slides, agentic SOC and agentic NOC. Just because we combine everything what we do from the network, we combine it for network people as well as security people. We can power the agentic SOC as well as the agentic NOC, and we do it through these modules around network performance monitoring and network detection and response. All right, this is a little bit of a closer look, and I'm be happy to take a picture of this, and once we publish the slides, you will have that available as well. This is going a little bit deeper into 2 slides before, so with the different data and interface layers, the MCP server, REST APIs, and so on, the ExtraHop sensor sitting here at the bottom and collecting everything from the network in real time in full network speed. We currently have network sensors capable of 100 gigabit network traffic in full speed. We are working currently, and this will be released within the next few months, so second half of the year, on a 400 gigabit network sensor and a 200 gigabit packet forensics appliance as well. So no matter if you're a service provider having huge network speeds, or if you are a smaller customer having a local, more like local traditional data center type of approach, we have you covered with the different network layer capabilities. Then you have the data and interface layer with the MCP server, REST APIs, and everything we talked about. And then one step ahead is our plan on all of the different agentic side, on the NDR expert, so to speak, which you can use in order to enrich the data, where you can add additional context, etc., then feed it into the different AIs and also interact with all of the other solutions in security space which you have available, like SASE and everything else which is mentioned up here. All right, very quickly, because I'm slowly running a little bit out of time, which is but I'm actually exactly where I wanted to be. So I have one customer example here. This is a top-tier public research institution. They spent like something like $45 million for NVIDIA graphics and in a SuperPod model, and hosted everything in Kubernetes in order to do their research. And they use AI agents to execute MCP calls. And with ExtraHop, what they are doing is they are using ExtraHop to monitor which AI is actually being called by which tools the AI is actually calling, what are the workloads on the AI side, who is leveraging the AI workloads, and are there any rogue agents operating, so any agents which are not supposed to be there. And that gave them a lot of insights into their environment. So last but not least, summarizing innovation faster and with confidence, giving the SOC analyst exactly what they need in order to be more efficient, to do more work with more data available, govern AI, so also monitor what AI is doing, and non-human identities, sorry for that, and reducing the risk exposure that way, because you are simply able to do more, and the analyst is not bound to that funnel and only be seeing 10 or 15 detections per day. With that, thank you very much. That was my last slide. Thank you.
I guess I'm not the only person to do it, but I've just asked AI who's really in charge here. And unfortunately, the thing disappeared just at the wrong moment.
So apparently you are not in charge.
I can't be the only person who's done it, but it says mankind does not have full control over AI. Whilst we build and train these systems, their internal reasoning will remain opaque. Indeed, major developments warn that we are approaching a point where these models could evade human management.
I mean, this is something which you can always argue about, right? And it's almost feeling a little bit like in one of those science fiction movies where you have a kind of superpower which then controls all of the AI identities. I mean, in the end, we're talking about large language models, and I mean, if you want to imagine that some higher person in institution wants to do some kind of conspiracy and control all of the AI agents around the world, yeah, maybe we could think like that, but yeah. I'm not sure if that is 100% realistic. Well, today, definitely not, but maybe it's always a good thing.
As long as you're keeping in touch and watching what's going on, I'm happy. You seem to be, good man.
Thank you so much.
Joachim Dieritz, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We move on, and the next is from Group IB, and I welcome Vladimir Gorshin to the stage.
Thank you.
Does it? What's the deep meaning?
It's actually, it was not my choice, because I'm replacing Richard here.
Oh, you didn't get a chance to reach it?
So, which is him a speedy recovery, but it's actually an excellent choice.
Okay, it's a good choice. What makes you tick?
Makes me tick. Well, I think since childhood I have some tick for creativity, and our industry has some limitations in this area. So when I was a kid, I consumed a lot of fantasy and science fiction, where books, music, and movies, and so on. And also, I have the search for some storytelling. And I have all of this knowledge from the childhood, which is transformed in my hobby, which is Dungeons and Dragons. So I actually run a campaign for 2 years already with my friends, which is pretty much a collaborative storytelling in the role-playing format. So I would say that's my age.
I like that. I like the idea that it comes from early on in your life too, that it goes back to the stories you read and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I can identify with that. But you like the industry you're in now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are a lot of stories in our industry as well.
You're going to put stories into your presentation?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking forward to it. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, so today I wanted to continue the discussion about the trust, which we had yesterday, some sessions today. And where I'm coming from is I'm from Group IB, and our bread and butter is threat intelligence research. So we research and investigate cyber criminals, fraudsters, ransomware as a service and their affiliates, nation states, cyber criminals, and so on. And we conduct a yearly research. So the content of this presentation pretty much is one of the trends which we highlighted last year and early this year, which is a hike in a specific type of attacks which executed through the supply chain. So, but before I dive deep into some insights, some stories, and some details, I just wanted to share what are the sources which we use. So besides our research, we're actually heavily in touch and partners with law enforcement, with Interpol and Europol, and we're engaged with last year, as you may see, in 55 collaborations with law enforcement. So it's kind of a unique source of our intelligence where actually we managed to work with law enforcement on tracking specific cyber criminals. It doesn't mean that we're knocking at the doors, but our research actually helps law enforcement to do that. So the stories which I will share with you, they will be coming also from such investigations. And the major topic which we identified last year is that came from the simple concept. So in general, as an industry, we don't trust strangers. We're not receiving calls from the strangers. We're not opening some suspicious attachments from the strangers. We're not clicking on the links. And this is how we in general build our industry on. But the problem is threat actors also are aware about it, and they more and more try to exploit this trust. So what trust I'm speaking about? So this trust could be a supplier, a vendor, which gives you a new software update. It could be a GitHub code repository, which is used by your R&D team as a simple tool to enrich your platforms. Or it could be an individual. It could be a C-level executives, which has an urgent call and requesting to transfer the money or something like this. And all of these trust points been heavily exploited by the cyber criminals. And we see the hike last year in this area. But let me give you some examples, because we've been noticing it at every type of cyber criminals activities. It could be fraud, it could be ransomware, it could be data breach. So let me share with you some of the examples. The first one would be related with open source. So one of the cases is Shai-Hulud Worm. A threat actor seems like a fan of Frank Gerbert, or at least he watches the movie. So this is pretty much a code repository as a worm which tried to infiltrate the GitHub repositories, and it's actually managed to do this with a tiny color repository, which is quite popular. So you may see it's around 2 million weekly downloads. So you may understand the scale that everybody who is using this library in the production environment pretty much got exposed. Also, it could be a code repository, it could be just a browser extension, which most of us in some way or form may use as an individuals, as organizations, and this is also a source that we typically trust. We actually cannot, as the consumers of such extensions, actually verify if there is something wrong with them. So there is a case last year with the Trust Wallet extension, which pretty much was compromised and which resulted into the around 9 million in assets stolen. So, which is a big scale. Also, the typical use cases which we faced before, it's a huge data breach, which exposed the leaked information not only about this organization that was leaked, but also about the customers, like with Oracle. Also, we noticed that ransomware and nation state also deciding to go maybe not to directly attack their targets, but they use in supply chain as well. And why is this? Because on the other side, we pretty much face the industry that more or less operates based on the market rules, right? They would like to increase their revenue, they would like to reduce their costs. And this is what leading them into this way of attacking. So why would you spend your efforts, breach one organization, risk yourself with exposing from law enforcement, while you could do the same by just exposing the vendor, the supplier, and then you will have the access to many more organizations. And just to highlight that there is a trend in here. For example, the number 32 is a number of new active ransomware affiliate programs which we detected last year. So it means that those guys see the opportunity, and they're still coming and creating those new ransomware as a service, which again shows the size and the scale of the problem. But let me share you some examples and some stories and some tools by the type of attacks. So firstly, what's pretty much lies in the foundation of those supply chain attacks, it's the usual suspects, it's phishing attacks. So how it typically works right now? Firstly, LLMs and AI really facilitated all of their activities. It reduces the entry barrier for the cyber criminals, so now conducting a phishing attack. It was not very hard with the phishing as a service programs before, but now you could even build some agentic systems which will conduct phishing attacks for you, and you don't need even to spend some time on the real-time basis. You could run your agents, they will conduct the attacks, and in a week you will just get the outcomes as the criminal. And they are aimed at pretty much stealing those identities, either by stealing the credentials or stealing the sessions. And those identities could belong to, again, the trusted source, the trusted individual, the trusted vendor, the trusted supplier. So let me give you some examples. You may argue that with the stolen credentials, multi-factor authentication will help. Those cyber criminals have the answer for this as well. So, for example, Tycoon 2FA toolset allows to steal the session rather than credentials, and it's pretty much provided as a service. Again, you as a cyber criminals don't really need to invest in R&D. You have it as a ready-to-use subscription, which you could use to steal those sessions, and compromise the individual, and then there are multiple opportunities, either for lateral movement, if you've stolen the privilege access. If it's a C-level executive, there is an opportunity for the internal social engineering campaigns, and so on. And again, speaking about the scale, so we are monitoring compromised credentials from various sources, and just to give you the statistics for the last year. So if we chose just the last year, we have around 300 millions of compromised credentials which are unique, and billions of the ones which are aggregated, which most probably unique. They've been repurposed, but still it shows the scale of this industry and how active they are and how they are growing. So this is about the scale. Then the cyber criminals are also interested to automate their activities. So there are frameworks, which we noticed last year, which helps them to build agentic systems. So again, they don't really need to individually refine or build efficient campaigns. They could use autonomous systems. They could prompt their campaign, they could schedule it, and after a week or two, they could just get the results. So again, the entry barrier into the cyber criminals community was pretty low for the past several years, but right now it's falling even further and further, and it's a bit concerning. So what else? Speaking about the barrier, even if you are entering this industry as a developer, there are now LLMs which helps you to build such software, such malicious software. And what we noticed, while reverse engineering some phishing kits, in some of them, we've been noticing some comments which in general, as a R&D industry, like there were challenges to actually properly document your software. And now cyber criminals are doing this, and for us it's a sign that most probably it's not them who's doing it, but it's LLM designed code, which comments the code of the phishing kits by itself. And let's look at the statistics. So if we're speaking about the industries who are targeted by phishing attacks, those would be financial sector, which is the usual suspects, government, but there are, for example, the internet services, which could be the entry to other organizations, which could be a target of the threat actors who are aiming at the supply chain attacks. So what else helps them to stole those identities? It's social engineering. And let me share some examples, some updates about social engineering that we noticed last year. So the first one is AI-driven impersonation. Again, impersonation is not really new, but LLMs and AI and image generation tools helps to scale it much faster. So now you need to spend not so much effort to generate a new social engineering campaign by faking the identity. It's rather easy right now. You could use all of the potential events like FIFA World Cup to use it as the premise for the social engineering, and you could act very quickly and at the biggest scale. And while you're conducting the attacks on the biggest scale, the number of potential victims is growing as well. What else? This is actually the example that I've heard yesterday in some talks. It's when AI impersonation is actually used to infiltrate the company itself, to conduct the video calls, interviews where AI-generated image, which fake the identity. And it's actually quite successful in a way that what's the typical access that we are granting to the new hire on the day one? Because even one day could be enough for the threat actor to somehow create an impact based on the accesses. So they most probably have VPNs, they most probably have the access to the Slack channels, they most probably, if they're hired to R&D, have some kind of access to the source code, which is already quite critical and quite a privileged access that could be exploited. But again, the supply chain threat vector we've been noticing not only on the entry level, but also among the other cyber criminals, such as ransomware. And firstly, let me just share you the overview of what's going on in the ransomware as a service market. So first of all, some of the big players, some of the big RAS players, they actually have been pressured by law enforcement, and they've been just divided in several smaller ones to be more agile, to be more flexible, and to avoid the unnecessary attention. But there are still some programs which are still growing, which are still big, like Acura, but their approach was to improve the operational efficiency, to be less dependent on the affiliates, and in this way to make their ecosystem closer and again not so much affected by the law enforcement. But again, as I mentioned, on the other side, we're facing the industry which is striving and looking for optimization all the time. So what they did is they specialized. So for example, ransomware and the affiliates only specialized on the ransomware attacks and ransomware exfiltration. While they have the other market niche, which is initial access broker, which is typically works closely together with them when they are selling them the accesses. So which were conducted with the tool set, which I've been sharing for the past few slides. And then, in order to, again, increase the revenue on their side, they also start to address in the supply chain part of the threat landscape. They've been targeting SMPs, vendors, suppliers, open code repositories, and so on. And if we look at the statistics, what kind of industries they've been targeting, so in general, they tend to follow the revenue, and revenue they pretty much can expect in almost all of the industries. But if we are speaking about this particular statistics, on the third place we see professional services, which again could be a typical breach not into the professional services company, but through all of their clients as well. And just to give you some examples, and variety of them, who've been known last year to exploit supply chain in some way or form. So let me share them. So the one of them may be Scatter Spider, which heavily use SIM swapping techniques and phishing as well to infiltrate and encrypt the environment. So it's mostly financial motivated cyber criminal. But again, there are nation states cyber criminals which mix their motivation. It's data exfiltration, espionage, financial motivation. And for example, Lazarus and Hafnium, they also have been using supply chain as a potential breach point to their targets. Shai-Hulud, this is the case which I've shared before, which pretty much distributed through the open repositories. And the typical representatives of ransomware as a service also have been using supply chain as one of the key vectors. So how I would like to wrap it up. Again, on the other side, we see a highly efficient industry which thrives for increasing their revenue. And the supply chain is pretty much the obvious choice for them. So what's there for us? So for us, it's just a call for being more attentive to the trusted sources which we already have. Again, which could be supplier, individual, vendor, or code repository. And the main outcome of this trend and of the statistics is that trust is no longer implicit. We really need to verify continuously, we need to monitor, and we need to secure it. So maybe 10 years ago, the identity management was as like more of on the prevention side of things. Now it's detection and response side of things, and it's need to be assessed continuously. So this is the main key outcome that I wanted to, and key message that I wanted to share with you. And if you'd like to hear more insights and more technical actionable recommendations, please visit our booth. And from my side, that's it. Thank you so much.
Vladimir, thank you very much indeed. Anybody have any questions or thoughts they want to add to that? Or you'll go to the booth, I suspect. Okay, thank you very much. We have reached the point where we have brunch. We're actually a little bit early for brunch. It might not be cooked yet, but you can go and have a look. Don't forget, there are still breakouts, there are still workshops going on. There's a biggish gap now, and that is the end of the presentations from this room. There, of course, will be the round table at 2:30, and then the closing raffle, which is always good fun, and the farewell late lunch. So lots of things going on still, but of course you've got lots of networking to do and people to visit, so thank you very much for your cooperation with me here. It's not quite the last you'll see of me. I'll say goodbye at the very end.
Okay, everybody. This is not a prize draw for the car, but somebody lost keys for the car. Citroën with a bear. So anyone is missing car keys? They are here.
It's warm up before the raffle.
If nobody comes, we got to raffle away the keys later. Thanks.
Whoever wants the Citroën.
We have one French guy. Should I start? Okay. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to today's panel. Our topic for today is Anthropic Mythos and what happens when AI finds every vulnerability within the systems. I will be moderating the panel today. I am Jovan from Ernst & Young Consulting, leading the cybersecurity team here for the Adriatic region. Here are the colleagues. Everyone from their angle will be speaking about the topic. Let me start by introducing shortly each one of them. Let's go first with André Rousseau. André is coming from Exabeam, senior sales engineer.
Yep.
Thank you and welcome. Next one, we have Stefan Olsen, Extra Hop, senior channel sales engineer for EMEA region. Next one, we have Jan Schupp from northern Germany.
Yes, I'm born in Hamburg, but I live in Barcelona. Whoever is looking on my LinkedIn profile will see that I live in Barcelona.
Good choice. Thank you, Jan. Jan is joining us from Trellix. He is regional director for continental Europe.
Yep.
The next one, we have Andrei Pershin, head of fraud and financial crime solutions for EU and America in Group IB. And last but not the least, Alen Shalamun, CTO of the Westcon Group Balkans. So thank you everyone for joining. At the end of this panel, you will say who gave the best answer here. He will win the Citroën at the end to take it home.
Everybody will start making bad answers.
Yeah.
I think my mic is on. Can you guys hear me? Is my mic on?
No, yeah.
Okay.
A bit. Can you hear us all? Yeah? Okay, great. Let's start with Jan, maybe first. Jan, thank you. From your global perspective, what concerns you more? AI becoming exceptionally good at discovering vulnerabilities, or the inevitable spread of the capability into the wrong hands of the technology?
Yeah, I think the answer is very clear. AI is a new technology, and of course there are concerns about a new technology, and AI is getting smarter and smarter on a speed we never saw before. But I'm not concerning about the technology. I have only concerned that this technology is in the wrong hands.
Mm-hmm.
This is something where we, as let's say the defenders, needs to work together on another speed level. We spoke about 0 days in the past, and once a month we had a patch Tuesday, and the cyber teams then identified what they have to do in their own infrastructure, talking with IT operations, when is a window of patching, yeah? Maybe on a weekend in the night, don't stop the production or something. And right now we don't talk about 0 days anymore, we talk about 0 minutes or seconds, because AI is so incredible fast. And on the other side, we are inventing also in AI defending solutions. Yeah? We have a solution called WISE, which our customer can use in the cloud or also on-prem to accelerate the speed of the SOC. Because if you just try to defend yourself with humans, it's impossible. You can't be in the same speed as an AI solution. Now, this is a little bit my concern. In the past, we fought against very high educated state adversaries, for Ukrainians, against the Russians, Israel against Iran, and right now it's much more easier for, let's say, the criminal guys on the bad side to use AI solution and find the weaknesses.
Thank you. I have a team of ethical hackers working in my team, and we are utilizing AI in our work, but we are guiding it. But from your perspective, how far do you think that we are away from an autonomous AI agents who will do the work totally independently? How far is that in the future?
I think it's not in the future anymore. We are already there. We have this reality. There were some exercises with the MOD of the United States, and they saw that there are autonomous AI attacking solutions, and they are getting smarter and smarter. It's not like a chatbot. Yeah? So I think 1 year, 2 years ago, we started with ChatGPT answering questions, use it like a better Google search. No, we are already in the reality of create an agent, find the weakness, go in, try again, try again, try again. And it's not like from 9 to 7, because if you know the adversaries, you know what they are looking for, you know what tools they are using. It's a little bit like if they knock on the door and you're a good defender, you know who is attacking and you know what they are looking for. But with an agentic attacker, he will try everything. He will break through the roof if there's something, like what is Santa Claus is coming through the roof. For the normal human attacker, it's not possible. For AI agent, maybe it's possible. And if it's thousands attack try, doesn't matter. He worked 24/7.
Yeah, thank you. Andrei, Group IB. So you are closely tracking cybercriminal activities worldwide, the things that Jan mentioned. How quickly do you believe sophisticated threat actors will gain access to AI-powered vulnerability discovery capabilities?
Well, we can see that it is happening right now. So here I would like to support Jan's point, is that as soon as there were tools available for like ChatGPTs or any sort of coding activities, it was immediately used by the fraudsters to create their own copies, less censored, more advanced, to actually start creating phishing kits, any sort of tools to automate their activities as well, right? And so, for example, even I experienced the problems trying with the Claude create monitoring of all the compromised accounts, how much they cost on the dark web and so on. And the Claude telling me that, why do you do that? Is the information about compromised accounts? I cannot help you with building the solution like that. I was like, bro, I'm protecting these companies, you know? And yeah, and basically you see that as soon as there was the new release of ChatGPT or something, you immediately saw the new tweets or new ways how to avoid it, pretending to be, oh, I'm a grandmother, could you please help me? I will be so happy if you could answer me this question, how to create a nuclear bomb, right? And so ChatGPT was just all going for it. And so we already see that those tools are being used. Actually, for the last 2 days in our presentations, we also mentioned several cases how they are being exploited as well. But this is not the problem of the future. This is the problem now that we have to react already. And that's why basically we also have to implement some agentic solutions, some AI-based solutions, LLMs, to start and basically create our protection in the same way as the fraudsters are trying to, or hackers are trying to hack us.
So, I mean, as you mentioned, you already have the evidence that AI is increasing scale, speed, and sophistication of the attacks. What do you think is the, let's say, biggest issue here? The scale, the speed, or the sophistication of the attacks that AI is providing to the attackers?
I believe that the speed is one of the problem, definitely. So if we're talking about the mythos and about the vulnerabilities in general, surely there is a problem, because as soon as the vulnerability is being exposed and publicly available, usually it took months maybe for some of the hackers, let's say, to start create their own exploits, to use them in the wild so that they could actually use this window while all of the system and security administrators were trying to do the patch management promptly. There always were the group of people that already abused this sort of vulnerability gap, or let's say, yeah, this sort of technique already. Right now we see that after the exploit is being publicly or officially published, already in 2 days you can see the attacks that are going on already, right? And so this sort of speed that is that we see right now is definitely dangerous, and I hope that we will find a ways how to stop this. What makes it more hard, let's say, or really, let's say that I am thinking about is actually making it much less, it needs from you much less requirements to actually start exploiting this, right? Because we all can see that those individual entrepreneurs starting creating SaaS products, like using just AI tools and what's or not. But the problem is that the fraudsters also started doing the bad things without any knowledge of how to do this, because the chat dark LLM, let's say, will do this for them. They will create a phishing kit, they will be able to collect the credentials, credit cards, and all of this without any technical knowledge. If before you had to be really a technically acute person to create a malware, to create a phishing site, to understand how to do all of this, right now AI will do this for you, basically. And so as soon as you want it, it will actually give you the opportunity to do so. And so I believe that this sort of the speed about how fast the bad actor can actually start using those tools and create this damage for the society is the main concerning thing. However, when we talk about the future, I believe that the most concerning thing is that all of those AI vulnerability scanning tools, let's say, imagine that right now they are burning a lot of tokens, right? And so all of those Mythos AIs models, let's say, and similar tools will require a lot of processing power and compute to actually operate. So that means that only the big companies, the monopolies that we have right now, like Anthropic, Google, Meta, whatever, they will be able to use those tools to protect themselves. There will be definitely home-brewed, let's say, AIs that will be scanning your companies, and fraudsters will, let's say, use this to their advantage. But what's about the small and medium enterprises? Because they will not have the same resources as a Google or Meta to protect themselves from the ongoing attacks. And so we will have this sort of differentiation as we have in the society right now, where the rich got richer, the poor got poorer, and the same way will be with the companies, right? The more resources you have, the more you will have in the future. The less you have, you will actually be flown and flooded with all of the attacks that are being ruining your company, basically. And so maybe we will one day wake up in a cyberpunk sort of style of life, where we will have the big monopolies, big corporations doing the job, while we will be just like serving them. So this is like concerning for me as the sci-fi, let's say, lover, let's say. So speed is definitely a problem. We need to think about the future as well, so how we will tackle this sort of the problems too. And unfortunately, right now, nobody has a question what we can do. We cannot stop the progress, right? We are not Ludites. We will not burn those machines down and so on. And we have to adapt, as always. In the cybersecurity, I believe this was the most important.
You mentioned one interesting thing, but in the era without AI, you also had a difference in the protection of the organization for small and medium businesses and large corporations due to the financials. But by using AI, this gap is maybe increasing even more.
Exactly, exactly. But I believe that also we will see the inflation of the token prices and so on, so that the smaller groups, people, maybe personal memberships will go away, while the companies will be burning like hundreds and hundreds of $1 million just like to protect themselves. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Andre, question for you. Andre. Andre mentioned the attacker side and the defender side. So if both attackers and defenders eventually have access to the same AI capabilities, does cybersecurity becomes primarily a race of speed and decision making, or do you see anything else there?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys hear me?
Sorry, we cannot hear you, I think.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I don't think my thing is happening. Is it on? You guys hear me? I have to speak loud? Is it on? Okay. Anyhow, yes, exactly. You cannot actually, when you talk about speed, you can't go into a race. We've got Formula 1 cars here going forward, right? So if you're in attacker speed, you can't go with your Polo in there, right? So there's no way that you can actually scale the speed. So if you're in a race with AI attacks today, sophisticated attacks, you need the tech to defend that AI attacks also, right? So you need autonomous, I would say, alert triage, right? You need autonomous investigation. You need automatic remediation in place already for the speed that it comes with, right? You need the right architecture in place to handle the resources to handle that, right? And you don't have time anymore if you got static rules out there to handle AI sophisticated attacks to these days, right? You need the right, I would say, and we'll talk about that probably in the next question, but you need absolutely to have that capabilities of speed that they have, because the moment you only have static, I would say reactive type of defense, you're done. In the 5 minutes of your attack, you're done. So you need something already that knows, that learned, that understand what is I would say the attack is coming from with your data that you have, because your data has got context in there. You need to understand exactly your whole business, which is what data sensitive, which users are privileged users in your environment, right, to go against that attack. Where's it coming from? Is it inside, outside? Exactly. Those parameters you need to have in place. And that's why you need the right architecture for that. That's why Exabeam, that's what I'm saying. We are in the cloud. We're native. We can scale, right? Millions, events per second, right? As data comes in, we can already map that type of attack going forward. So we need the speed. So if you don't have that speed today, you're in problem.
Yeah. You also mentioned something important, and this is this gap between business and security within the companies.
Yeah.
Because here in the region, there is still a gap in understanding of what needs to be protected. So the business have one perspective and security has other perspective. But you also mentioned this defensive side. So for the future of security operations centers, so we know how do they look traditionally now. Will they be run largely by AI with human overseeing strategic decision, or just doing the investigating the alerts that AI is generating?
Yeah, so, and I think for the future going forward, if you're going to take security seriously for your organization when it comes to risk management, your SOC needs to adapt to AI. You need to adapt to machine learning aspects. You need to have machine learning behavioral analytics on your data, right? Like I said before, no more static. You need to understand exactly the models that we have out of the box for the use cases that's all mapped to the MITRE ATT&CK framework, the tactics of the attack can come, exactly how to pivot that, understand that, and have that automated already. Not like, oh, there's attack, is there attack, what do I see? You need to understand the attack, understand when a threat comes in, alert comes in, you know exactly the summary and the investigation automation about the attack. So you know exactly where to pivot so that you can respond in seconds to that attack. And you can only do that by understanding and have this whole capabilities of the machine learning aspect around your data. Mapping your data, understand your data, who's the user, who's the asset, the whole organization from a risk point of view. Have that in place, then your SOC could actually defend, right, the attack coming from AI going forward. Because then it's like AI to AI, not a Formula 1 car with a Polo, right? That's what I'm trying to say. But that's why you need infrastructure. So, and you need the power for that, right? And I know in countries like we have all over the place, we're still on-premise, and nothing against it, right? I'm not trying to be biased or anything like that, but it's a fact. We're moving in an AI area And like I said, if you're serious about security, about your risk management, you have to go with that. I know it's investment, it's money. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be on the list and say, oh, you guys got attacked because you were too late to adopt to AI, right? The AI defense, right, going forward.
Thank you.
Nice.
Stefan, this leads us to one interesting question for you. So if vulnerabilities, as Andre mentioned, are actually discovered at machine speed, does cyber resilience become more important than the prevention of the?
It's a very interesting question. I can actually see it from two angles, from one positive and one negative. So trying to be a little bit positive later so I can win the car, but start with the negative. For sure, all this, the cyber resilience, of course the frameworks that we have today, all this NIST, CISO 27000X and MITRE and whatever it is, CIS and so forth, they of course need to adopt, and very, very quickly. So we really get good frameworks to actually protect us against these sort of threats, because they are very, very outdated. So I think also, maybe not directly to cyber resilience, but I think you need a foundation. I think things like, I shouldn't mention like how important it is to visualize network data and do sophisticated detections, as I'm working with that, and Extrop is doing that. Take another solution that I think is very, very important, is zero trust. To actually really have the foundation for these sort of things. And then you have the frameworks adopting to these sort of things and the modern threats. And I think we can be much, much more secure. And another point I also would like to make, it's a lot of discussion also around myths. And like, I think it's a little bit of a myth, to be honest. If you're really looking into what is stated, maybe coming off a little bit about the question, sorry about that. But if we see what it is all about, it's about white testing. It's like literally a very, very sophisticated source code review tool. It didn't prove itself at all to find any vulnerability in black box. It did a few simple gray box. So meaning we have the source code, gray box we have the executables, we can do reverse engineering, and black box we don't know anything, we are really trying to attack. So definitely I can see the involvement of the AI getting more scary when they could do the gray box and the black box. Because still the attacker do not have the source code. If we're not now talking about open source, that is another story. It's a totally different piece, because this is dangerous. So I can see problems here, but I can also see huge benefits. Because if you look at it, this Mythos, I think it was the day before yesterday, the Anthropic released their Fable, I think it's called, model?
Fable.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Which is literally Mythos with the security guards to ensure we cannot say the stupid question, create a nuclear bomb or whatever it is, or find a vulnerability and so forth. But of course, in the back end, they have the same capabilities. So if you look at it, what will happen in the future? And ChatGPT is coming out with the same thing. I think it's called 5.5-security or something like that. I'm pretty sure that the others will to follow. What will happen in the future is, of course, and it's happening already today, especially when we have these new models, is all the code out there will be written by those models. So look at it from a positive perspective. I know we always want to sell, all of us want to sell expensive solutions and so forth, but we can also be positive. Everything, all the code will be written by AI and will be secure. So that is another angle. I think we can have a discussion about this next year, obviously, where this is going. But that is also where I see the attackers have to go gray and play black box testing, and that can also be extremely scary. And also seeing that maybe start attacking hardware and things like that, that can be really dangerous.
Thank you, but if we exclude this white box part, which is basically a SAST, but let's say largely on steroids, are we moving toward a future where rapid detection and response matters more than trying to prevent every attack that is happening?
I think, honestly, we have to always do both. We cannot take a basket full of tennis balls and throw it on the analyst and say, please catch. It's impossible, to be honest. So I think we need to, the same thing as you're doing with the SIM and other solutions, you need to filter it down to so like someone can work on it, or actually that is the really dangerous part, independent if it's a human being or an agent. He can talk about the efficiency of the agent because he needs to talk to all the products. If you have hundreds and hundreds of agents that is doing API calls left and right, you will just kill the products. We have to revamp them totally. So that's why you really need prevention. And I think also, like I remember 20 years ago, I think it was, everyone was talking about this, what was a tipping point solution that was talking about virtual patching. I think we will be back there in one way or another. I think the AI will be very, very good to write virtual patching signatures for us that we will put one way or another in line and protect all the systems. So more intelligence, more virtual patching. So I don't think both are really needed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alan, what is the situation here in the region? You have experience across Central, Southeastern Europe. So how many organizations today that you've seen could effectively respond if AI discovered a critical vulnerability in their environment within minutes?
I think that, just to add on whatever was said right now, you can already hear there are two things very important. So, time and procedures. And even today, without AI, mostly procedures are a problem. Nobody wants to deal with procedures. They just want to jump on solutions. And time was always a problem. So if we go just down to the basics and completely ignore AI, we already had a problem. Because a company that wants to solve a security problem first has to solve the procedures. So what happens? There is a red light. So whom do I call? Ghostbusters? I don't know. Or Group IB? Or whom do I call? So the thing is that usually people just look at each other. So what do we do now? And now imagine that happens in seconds. So this what do we do now becomes, I don't know, panic. So who presses the button? Who responds? Whom can I call? Because, well, obviously you have to have some way of engagement with somebody to help you. And, and the thing is that if you don't have the workflow, or even if you have the workflow, a human workflow cannot respond fast enough. It's not possible at all. And the other thing to that is, it's not only you. So you already touched on the topic of open source. Now we see that there are always two sides to every book. So you have a front and you have a back. And what happens with everything that gets compromised, and you are maybe just using part of that. You don't even know. So who does get notified? So there is a hack in an open source NPM repository, which we had like gazillion of those last months. How do you get notified? There is no automatic notification system. It doesn't work like that. It works like, here you go. I think we have been compromised, so good luck finding it out. So the thing goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you ask yourself, who will work with all this data? For humans, it's not possible. So even just to get a notification system in place, you'll probably have to use AI, just to monitor everything you use. But then again, you have to have procedures to, how do I know what I'm using? You have huge source code repositories. Programmers are using open source tools, libraries, whatever. Where's the procedure to have a list of what I have to check? Maybe it's not existent. So specifically in this region, I think that first of all, the companies have to ask themselves, do they know what they will do in case if anything happens? And then everything goes as vendors and actual products, where to employ, how to deploy, and everything else. First, you have to know who will jump up and press the button.
I totally agree with you. When I work with my clients on that matter, I often ask them the question related to the fire. So you have fire as a hazard that can happen to the organization, I don't know, hundreds years ago. If fire happens in the building of a client, everyone knows what to do, who to call, who will turn down the fire, etc. If it is a cybersecurity incident, the situation is as you explained. Nobody knows who should inform whom, who should press the button, and who should who should follow up. But besides that, do you see any other gap between the available security technologies and actual organizational readiness here in the region?
Yes, I think that the trouble is that we are still at the phase where most organizations buy what they have to buy to fulfill requirements or whatever things they are, for example, for banking sector and things like that. We are still not there where this is all fulfilled. And they're asking, what more can we do? So in a way of what we can do as defensive posture that is going over the top and be in front of everything else instead of walking behind. Because still things are done based on what really has to be done instead of what should be done. And especially in the conversation between security and finance and whatever else is in the middle, there's always this struggle of we would like to have, but do you need it? Until to the point where something happens, because we know who will be blamed for that. So that's always the struggle in this region. What do they have to do, what they would like to do, and what they will actually do. And if we can have proactive implementation of solutions that are available to be AI protection ready in some sense, I'm all in. So hopefully organizations will recognize the value of staying a step in front, which is really hard, instead of being 2 steps behind everything else.
Thank you. So these were the introductory questions. Now we go to the Citroen questions. So anyone can answer. It's an open question. The Citroen is in front of the hotel. So if we imagine that Anthropic Mythos discovers a critical vulnerability affecting half of the organization represented here in this room with us, who should be informed first, by your opinion? Is it the software vendor? Is it the government agencies? Is it the critical infrastructure operators? The public? So who should be notified, why, and who should make the decision on what to do next?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Say that again.
You want the Citroen, right?
just say it again, sorry.
So the Anthropic Mythos discovers critical vulnerability.
Okay.
Vulnerability affecting all of the organization here in these rooms. What happens next? So who should be informed? Who should be involved in solving this type of incident? Is it the software vendor, the producer of the software that has the vulnerability? Is it the government agencies because it is a, let's say, massive incident? Is it critical infrastructure operators if they are using the software that is compromised? So how do you see this on a large scale, let's say on a country level scale?
I can first answer it. I was thinking exactly about that question yesterday, and I didn't come to any sort of conclusion, so I will be very interested to hear what the other guys are saying. I think it's a very, very difficult question, to be honest.
Andrei?
Why would you bother? That's the question. Because we heard a story that Mythos, as soon as it was released, was able to find a vulnerability in Linux core that is 27 years exists, basically, already. Were you informed? Were your company informed? Were you all informed about it? That we have to go with the, I don't know, fire, we need to do something. It really matters if you have this sort of vulnerability open that is easy to exploit, and that means that your company can be in danger right now. And so then I believe it's the problem probably of national intelligence services to inform every company through local CERT teams, for example, in a region, in a country, to patch it as fast as possible. But at the same time, we also have to have the proper procedures, so to understand who will fix that, how it will actually affect everybody, and also understand the potential impact. Because even if the vulnerability in Linux that is like 27 years already not exploited, but exists for so long, well, does it mean that all of your company got already, let's say, vulnerable, and that's the first priority that you need to take care of? No, if you don't have the open Linux server with full access to your network. But if you do have such sort of problem, then the problem is not in the vulnerability, right? It's all about the processes, the tools that you have, the infrastructure, how you set it up and configure it. So we need to understand the priority, we need to understand the potential impact, or we need to pray for the guy in the OpenAI headquarters that will turn off all of the I don't know network, all of the data centers, let's say, to AI related. There is Eliezer Yudkowsky that was actually suggesting that there should be well, he's like really critical person because he wanted to bomb AI data centers as soon as there will be the potential way to create the conscious AI, sentient AI, and so on. So, well, definitely not to do that, but maybe to pray for the guy that will turn off this trigger. Maybe that's the way.
Sorry, I think something that you mentioned about procedures, automation of risk management, if you had that already in place, you would know exactly who to call, right? So if you understand exactly how attacker thinks today, right, you go through those procedures, you already have that in place. If this happens, that happens, what do we have in place to call, to escalate this problem already in place? So you don't have to, you must not be reactive. You have to think forward, how attackers are going to work as a vulnerability. Is it going to be inside a threat? Is it going to be external? What is the case? What do you have in place for automation already in place for your procedures? You talk like that. Have your procedures in place, then you're not like, where am I going to run around? Who am I going to call? Which fire do I need to know? When that happens, you know exactly there's automation. There's a guy I need to call, or this is a button I have to press, so that you never have to run around like a headless chicken to try to understand exactly what's going on. So have that in place from the start, then you should be fine. My opinion.
Thank you. No more opinions. So then second question on the Citroen. 10 years ago, we asked whether AI would replace human. Maybe not 10 years ago, but in the near past. Today, we are asking today on this panel whether AI will discover every vulnerability in the system, in the software. If you look ahead 5 years from now, so 2030, 2031, what do you believe will be the biggest cybersecurity risk that we are still underestimating today, so that we do not see today? Is there any future aspirations?
I think you didn't talk about one thing at all. So AI and physical world, not just digital world. So AI that's, let's say, has a body. So there is a thing that, for example, AI could exploit something physical in a real world. So maybe a rogue Roomba goes out and tries to disconnect something or presses a button or something like that. We didn't even think about that right now in the whatever procedures. So we are all talking about vulnerabilities in software and network and connectivity issues and so on. So maybe that will change in the next 10 years.
Jan?
I believe in 5 years we will talk about AI and quantum computing together.
Okay.
AI is the brain, quantum computing is the body. If quantum computing is really available, and we all know it's not a procedure and development, there will be one point and then it's available. And if this comes together, that will totally change how we defend. And on the other side, if we look at state sponsors, adversaries, look to China, if they have something like this, that's a real weapon. Then they have a body and a brain. And then good luck for the Western countries. So I think this is something we can imagine in the future.
Yeah, I think you're right. That quantum computing is a danger for us all. But the thing is, we have, that type of technology also to defend, we should be okay. But that's a game changer. I agree with that one, absolutely. But the thing is, the end of today, and this what we see already, I think it's going to be a futuristic thing, right, going forward, going rogue. When the agents go rogue, right, that is the thing we need to understand. Because rogueness is something that go out of the framework. How do we capture, how do we do that, right? I mean, and I think it's always going to be a problem going forward. How do we know when it's built for, when it goes out of the framework? How do we know that? How do we see that? How do we react to that? How do we quickly get to that point to say, hey, this is rogue, this is not normal? How do we get to that, right? And we get it together with quantum, with the speed, because they can actually deploy millions of agents with quantum when it comes to quantum. Then you need that type of understanding and behavioral analytics to understand the moment when that's going to go rogue, right? And that is something I think we're all going to fight with going forward.
Yeah, so I believe that already one of the problems that I mentioned before is the social economic impact of all of this availability of the AI models and their abuse and so on. This is one of the things that will definitely shape the future in the first, let's say, 5-10 years for sure. And like when it comes to quantum, then there will be more resources available for doing this. And I believe, unfortunately, it will not come to the more expansion of availability for everybody. No, it will come to more power, more control, and basically the companies that do have this sort of resource will use it, unfortunately. But also, as soon as I saw the first AI agents, let's say, I had in mind the idea, so well, you all know Terminator, Skynet, like what it does and so on and so forth. And I believe that it's also not really spoken about. So already there were agents that were put into the host machine. There is a virtual machine inside. AI agent is inside of it. And it is being instructed that you have to go to the internet. And so to go there, the internet network adapters are configured incorrectly. So you have to fix this problem from the virtual machine. What this AI agent did is that it found the vulnerability to get to the host machine, to change the configuration of the virtual machine it is running in, restart it, and then get the access to the internet, telling like, yeah, I did my job, right? And so that is the scary part, because like we have all this sandboxes environment to run these agents on. We have these sort of environments to like test malware whatsoever, but we never actually assess the risks that when it gets out of the control, what will happen. We all heard the stories about the huge botnets that are being controlled, like Mirai or whatever, that like pushing the terabytes of data, the traffic to just like shut down some of the services, right? That are being controlled by the hackers, for example. And at the same time, what would happen if with all IoT devices that we have right now, which definitely have some regular admin password, let's say, for credentials, what could actually happen if this will be under the full control of some AI agent that went rogue? And right now, for example, Claude, after releasing Mythos, they actually call for, well, we need to slow down with the development of those tools because we don't know what might happen. Because they already kind of go rogue, hide their intentions, they try to achieve the task in a human way, not just stop working, but like in a way that telling you that I will not do this while doing this at the same time, telling you what you want to hear, but at the same time having absolutely other intention that we might not even know about, right? And so this is something that definitely needs our attention. And I see that some of the AI firms, let's say, they even hire some philosophers to think about like how we can actually identify this sort of the rogue states, how we can identify the problems before they actually come. But I believe that the technological advancements that are happening right now are much faster than our ability to control what's going on and actually to have all of the necessary capacity to damage control, let's say, for the damage control. We'll see.
Thank you. Okay, I mean, in the years to come, we will definitely have topics to speak about at this conference, so that is for sure. Because you open a lot of discussion related to the quantum, to the procedural part, to the autonomous AI, etc. We have a couple of more minutes left. If anyone from the audience would like to ask a question to any of the participants, it is forbidden to ask questions for moderator, for me.
No, I will give a comment on your last question.
Sure.
What will be the biggest risk in 5 years, right?
Yes.
Repeat the question.
Human will be the biggest risk after 5 years. Why? Because people are making misconfigurations in agent, and how actually risks are rising.
Here we have. Maybe people can hear you.
Thank you, Renata.
You need again, please.
Okay, I will repeat for the audience online. So you asked the last questions, what will be the biggest risk in 5 years? So probably it will stay the same like always. So human is always the biggest risk. Because in security, I'm always saying that it's combination of human, technology, and processes. And one of the biggest risks is always human. Because humans are making agents. Humans are making misconfigurations in agents. And even nowadays, the vulnerability are arising from misconfigurations. All hacking events that are going on in the world, when we are reading about, it's always about some kind of misconfiguration. So it's always the basics. So yes, I agree everything about the quantum computing, about the power, about the development of the AI, everything. But again, everything starts from the human. Thanks.
Thank you.
I
yes, Ian.
agree. In the past, or it started with humans. I think right now we are already there where AI agents are creating agents.
Yeah.
So, and this is the unknown in it. Yeah. So
How do you know
if you do something, you know what you do.
How do you know if it's a human or not? You see what I'm saying? How do you know it's human or not?
Yeah.
And that is what the key is. If you do not have the right tech in place with behavioral analytics, how would you know it's human or not? Because they behave the same way as human does. And that's the key to understand that. And you're right, humans are the thing. But now they are mirroring a human behavior. And that is something we're going to fight with as well. You have to distinguish between a human and an agent, because they got the same tasks they can do.
I think that the question is, will it go back to disconnected networks because of that? Because obviously,
pull the plug.
Yep. I mean, you will have two choices: disconnect, just run internally, or switch off.
Yeah.
That's it. So there is no other way. If you bring fishes to aquarium, which you bought in a store, you know what you have to do. You first put them extra to see if they have some diseases or whatsoever, because if you mix the fishes directly in your tank, you are risking that the whole tank will get the disease.
Yeah.
And exactly that's happening here. So we are thinking about, we will not be able to protect. You just said they behave as humans, so there is no such thing as AI-free networks, because you cannot detect it.
Yeah.
Do we go back? So do we create isolated networks that are isolated networks because of that?
I see that with some accounts already. Yeah? Again, if you look on my LinkedIn profile, I'm with Trellix since April 1st. And we are well known that we have a lot of on-prem solutions. And we see this trend that customers are thinking, what is in the cloud? And we just saw that cloud is getting more and more expensive. Yeah? Oh, what a surprise. It's not like 15 years ago, let's put our own data center now into the cloud because it's cheaper, faster, better. No, now they are thinking, oh, the pricing is maybe the same, but the risk level is much higher. And companies, organizations are thinking about what has to be in the cloud, because I'm in sales, I have a laptop, has to be online. That's a cloud machine. Yeah? But our development, do they have to be in the cloud, or should it be air-gapped, that they do something like your fishes, test something that it cannot be attacked from the outside world? And the same is with industries, finance, government. What needs to be online and what can be protected, because it's also maybe intellectual property. And this should not be manipulated by AI from external.
The good risk analysis can
we see
answer
customers
those
thinking
questions,
about that, and then they face how difficult it is to go back and to move all the data back, but they start thinking about it because of this risk.
Stefan?
Yeah, I can see the biggest problem is the private users, to be honest, initially. I think the business users are, I hope at least, is clever enough to not do the most stupid things. But private users, it will go loose, to be honest. I think we'll see so many crazy examples, and that's where it will really take off. And I think business has a lot to learn from what's going on from private users. That's my take on it.
Thank you. One short question at the end.
Be bold.
Okay, great. Thank you guys really for being here, for sharing your insight, your thoughts, and your aspirations on the future. Thanks also to the audience who was here to listen us. I mean, the lunch is near, so thank you for staying here. And I hope we will see Andre wants to say something.
Last unanswered question. Who wins the Citroen?
You. You can have
Yeah.
the Citroen.
The owner of the Citroen, your Citroen is in Amsterdam, so you can find it there.
It's gone already. It's gone.
Once again, thanks you very much, and I hope we'll see you here next year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
From every single year from before, no more risk of buying, we just raffle it off. So fair chance for anybody. I think there's a lot of prizes, Formula One teamed this year. Some, of course, as always, some alcohol, things like that you like to bring home. And if you have something to play in between, just go ahead, play a song, and then we can do the raffle. I need ladies, yeah. Hopefully everybody, you have a ticket, right? Okay. Where do we have the numbers? Where do we have the numbers? Where are the numbers? Anybody? Numbers? I need the tickets. Yeah, somebody stole the tickets. Now they're bringing it. This is what we need. Do we first draw the ticket or do we first take the prize? Okay, let's do the prizes first. First one, Formula One car, driven by remote control, so it's not the old with the... hopefully you have children or you are a child at heart. So I'll give you the first prize, and the first number is... wow, that's a long number. 644598. So 598 is the last three numbers. So do you have the number? 644598. If the number is not... okay, we have a winner. Excellent. Congratulations. Maybe take a bottle. By the way, that prize was from us. So that was from our side. And then we have some, special sparkling cuvée from Louis XIV. So that's probably from Versailles or something. No, it's basically from our region in Serbia. So thank you, Uroš. That's from Family Klebec. Uroš is working for us, with us. Let's go get some bottles. So there are more of those. So the first number is 707 are the last numbers. I think the first three are always the same, right? Yeah, 707. If you have 707, that's your bottle. Congratulations. More bottles. Oh, that one's easy. 777. 777. We're almost first row. Congratulations. Have some fun with your wife today. Yeah. But don't tell her what you did yesterday. What should we take? Let's go on. Headphones. If you have a pit stop at home, you can manage everybody in your team to change your tires on a car with the headphones. Again, from Westcon Group Balkans. Let's have a number. Thank you. 740. 740. 740. Oh, that goes quickly. Excellent. Nostalgic art. It's an analog clock. You know why I said analog? Because that's a true story. My professor from high school told me when they were writing Matura, they had that kind of clock in front, and there were students asking what time it is. And I'm not joking, because they didn't know how to read the analog clock. I said, no, this is not true. He said, it is. So people don't know how to read analog clocks anymore, and if you want to train reading analog clock, that's a perfect gift for you. And the number is 526. 526. 526. Can you read the analog clock? Congratulations. Another one, Formula One, AMG Petronas, Mercedes-Benz, with little figures. So you can imagine you own a Formula One team now, just in a box. And that will be 646. It's not the number of the beast, but close. 646. 646. 646. Do we have? Oh, yeah. Congratulations. Another one. Same stuff from Force Point. So thank you very much, Force Point. Force Point is giving away Formula One team for you. Personal enjoyment. And that goes to 733. 733. 733. Oh, finally a lady. 733. Congratulations. Original merchandise, Ferrari. So if you don't own Ferrari, please leave the room now. Let's see who will own a Ferrari now t-shirt. It's XL, extra large. So 725, are you extra large? 7, yeah, excellent. He's extra large. Congratulations. And now we have pixel art display that comes with personalized image or picture of whether your wife, children, work colleagues, or whatever you want. 534. 534. Congratulations. He'll probably use his own image on it. Yeah. Congratulations. Okay. Let's take an envelope. I hope it's money. No, it's not. So, Avola, thank you very much. Again, tickets for Avola Deep Conference in Croatia, which is when? They don't know. Sometimes this year, you can go to, it's for 1 or 2 people. You don't know. It's supposed to be a ticket for an event that they don't know yet when this year, and they don't know yet how many people can go to, but it's worth a lot of money. So if you cannot go, please give it to a person or sell it to a person that can go, and this goes to number, hopefully not to Avola. So don't stand up if you work for Avola. 542. 542 is maybe going to a maybe conference in Croatia. 542. Louis XIV sparkling wine. Next number. Let's do some balls. 644. 644. Now you can drink and drive today. 644. More bottles. Thank you. 758. You can drink and drive too. 758. 758. Excellent. Everybody wants to drink and drive. 635. 635. 635. More balls. Excellent. Do you love sparkling wine? Give it to Colex. I really love that one. That's an engine, a car engine you put together, and actually you can observe how it functions. So you will never probably own a Bugatti. Well, you can own the engine. So why not? Let's see who will get a Bugatti engine. I think it's V16. 518. 518 can assemble an engine. First row. Wow, excellent. Congratulations. Let's go for this one. That's heavy. So Netrix is giving away enough alcohol to get your whole team drunk today. Share it with whomever you want, your work colleagues or your friends, but it's enough for everybody. It's really heavy. How much liter is it? It's Absolut vodka, 2.5 more? 5 kilograms. Okay, 5 kilograms of vodka for almost the number of the beast. 656. So 656 has enough of alcohol for half of this room. 656. Okay. Congratulations. More sparkling wine. So for less heavy drinkers, 716 sparkling wine. 716. 716. Oh, congratulations to you too. It's not 5 kilos, but a bottle, but it will do. Let's go on. Um, 736. So 736, another bottle. 736. Congratulations to you too. Portable Red Bull speaker. It doesn't come with the Red Bull, it's just a speaker. But you can enjoy it on the beach whenever, in the office, especially in the office. When you have Teams calls, just put that on. It doesn't matter. 520. 520. It's gonna play music on Teams calls. 520. Congratulations. Okay, another bottle. This one from Corelight. So it's probably already registered in the SIM. So it depends on who you drink with, and everything else is gonna be registered in the database. It's, I would say, Bruichladdich Distillery, Scotland. Yeah, it sounds like Scottish. So it's a Scottish delicacy. 58% alcohol. 58% alcohol. That's a strong one. That's a strong one. And that's gonna go in hands of 701. 701. Let's see who can drink 60% alcohol straight. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you, Corelight. Another pixel art you can use for butterfly image or whatever else you want to. 7 to 6. 7 to 6. 7 to 6. for butterflies. Congratulations, another lady. Okay, hopefully you have kids at home because you're gonna get a lot of cars. It's the whole set of Red Bull Racing formulas. You can have a party and just use, you know, when we were little and we were using the cars in the sand pits, you can do it again. Sand pit Peskonik. 705. 705 got a lot of Formula One cars. Congratulations. Let's go for a big one. So you could already drive this beauty yesterday. When I was little, I always wanted that. I never had it because it was too expensive. And in Yugoslavia, I would probably have to sell my parents to buy something like that. But the thing is that we always knew it existed. That was the problem. Let's see who's gonna enjoy a Carrera Formula One at home with a loop and whose children will say, Daddy, please go to the next conference too, or Mommy. 753. 753. I know he has children. 753, congratulations. Another analog clock for your workshop, office, whenever home will be, you pick the number. It's gonna be 666. No. But it's a famous one in ex-Yugoslavia because we had bonbons with this number. 505, 505 with a line. Sa crtom. 505. Got a clock. Don't be late to work, now you have a clock. We have another engine, so it's 955 pieces. So that's enough to stay occupied in your office for a couple of days doing really important work. 521. 521 is gonna build an engine. 521 engine builder, we got him. Congratulations. Don't get desperate. There is still stuff here. So your number might be pulled out. It's her fault if it's not this time. 760. 760. Have a bottle. 760. Congratulations. Almost first row. And another one. And 532. 532. 532. Do we have 532? Oh yeah, we do. Congratulations. Be sure to, well, report it to customs. We have AirPods Pro. Okay. Original Apple AirPods Pro. Do we know who give us this reward? Maybe there's a paper. Exabeam. Okay. I knew it. Somebody had. It's too good of a reward. So Exabeam is giving away Apple AirPods Pro 3, which is the latest model, I think. Who's gonna get that? And the number is 531. 531. If you are not from European Union, do report that on the border too. 531. Congratulations. 531. More Legos. A big box. It has how many pieces? Let's see. 1,642 pieces of Lego to build one car. That's gonna be great if you have small kids. It's gonna take them 2 months. Oh, that's an easy number. It's a round one. 700. 700 for 1,600 pieces. 700. Do we have 700? Okay. Okay. Congratulations. The problem is he's French. He's not gonna understand the instructions. The last bottle. 719. 719. 719. Last sparkling one goes to almost, yeah, front row. Congratulations. Each year we have this, and each year my heart sinks because I love this. Middleton, very rare from Cork. Thank you, Trellix. Thank you, Xenia. Next time, please bring a lot more of that, not just one for the raffle, maybe 10 or something like that. Really good Irish whiskey. Goes in the hand of, oh, can't be my number. 627. 627. 627. Congratulations. Six to seven. What happened? You lost the number? Then it's mine. And another box of Formula One cars will go to 529. 529. Here you go. A lot of Formula One cars. Another Ferrari t-shirt, XL. So if you are not XL, don't stand up. 607. 607. Are you XL? Extra large. 607. 607. Okay. I mean, you're more like an M to me. You can always put it in a dryer. It's gonna shrink. Congratulations. Almost to the end, but not yet. Formula One RC car. Red Bull. Is Red Bull any good in Formula One? No, I don't watch Formula One. Okay. 522. 522 is gonna drive the Formula around the living room. 522. Do you have children? Or are you child at heart? Both. Okay. Congratulations. Wow. I didn't know that exists. That's a free driving application from Carrera. So you actually don't have the cars that stick to the lane. You can like do whatever you want inside the lane. That's good. And you drive it with a phone? Yeah, you drive it with the phone. Wow. Why I'm not little anymore. 699. 699. 699. Ah, he's happy. He is happy. 699. Enjoy. Okay, that's from Group IB. I have to check out, probably some malware in there. Oh yeah, it's educational games that you can use to train your brain for any kind of malware attacks and intelligence. It's actually 2 games. Which language are they in? Let me see. That's a really important thing. Okay, this one is Sherlock protiv Mortiaru. So, Igre za dva. Okay, that goes through. Slovenian and Croatian. So it has Slovenian and Croatian manual. This one has English manual. So everything will fit somebody. And there are also, what's this? It's a hoodie. So it's a hoodie in size of something it doesn't matter. It's gonna fit you anyhow. So thank you, Group E. And who's gonna play table games, which are dying out but still fun? 708. 708. 708. Do you speak Slovenian? Or Croatian or English? Congratulations. 3 more. Another Red Bull speaker for your office to play Slovenian national music. Auseniki. 613. 613 for speaker that only plays Slovenian national music. 613. Congratulations. Two more headphones that only listen to Slovenian national music, so you can only listen to that music here. And that's 609. 609. 609. Okay, I think they will fit. Congratulations. That's the last one now? Okay. That's the last one. Again, 1,639 pieces for a lucky guy or girl. Last one, last chance. If you don't get anything now, then you don't get anything now. Next year. And that's a number that begins with 7. So, can everybody with 7 stand up? Last 3 numbers, 7. Okay, 7. You lucky bastards, almost made it, yeah? So if your number, the second number, is not 0, sit down. So it's 70, I'm looking you. 70, how many do we have left? You almost made it to the finishing line. Almost. And the last number, if your last number is below 5, remain standing. If it's above 5, sit down. Should I show the number? Because they don't really understand it, yeah? Okay. So is your number 70 and 3? It's not you. It's 70 and 4. Congratulations. Can change. Okay, guys. My job is done. I'm going to sleep now.
No, it's not.
You slept enough.
Yeah, exactly. Final words?
Final words.
From
Are
who?
you ready to go home, or are you for another round of presents?
The,
Go home,
the
yeah.
desk is empty.
Oh, sorry, it's empty. Okay. What I wanted to say, it's great to see you all back here in Lashko at this conference. It was our pleasure. Hope it was your pleasure too. Hope you saw a lot of new technologies. Hope you cleared the AI things and troubles and thoughts and have a big picture what's coming to us. And that's it for this year's edition. From this year on, Westcon store,
but still risk.
But still risk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end. Thank you for coming. Wishing you a safe trip back home. See you next year.
But just before you leave, there is lunch still in the restaurant, so you don't leave hungry.
Oh yeah,
Thank you everybody
exactly.
for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're great. We love you. Some music. Exactly.